Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Magical Significance of Cave Magic. Long before wizards built their towers and castles, long before Hogwarts rose from Scottish highlands, magic found its first sanctuary in the deep, echoing chambers of the earth itself. Cave magic represents one of the most ancient and profound forms of wizardry, where the very stones seem to pulse with accumulated power, and shadows dance with secrets older than written history. Imagine yourself standing at the entrance to such a cave, where cool air flows from hidden depths, carrying with it the scent of mineral-rich earth, and something else, something indefinably magical. The darkness ahead is not empty, but alive, thrumming with potential energy that has been gathering for millennia. This is where our exploration begins, in these sacred underground spaces that have sheltered and amplified magical practice since the dawn of wizardkind. The magical significance of caves extends far beyond their use as mere hiding places or storage areas. These natural formations act as enormous focusing crystals, their crystalline walls and mineral deposits creating perfect conditions for magical energy to concentrate and stabilize. When a spell is cast within a cave system, the stone walls capture and reflect the magical emanations, creating resonance patterns that can amplify even the simplest charm into something extraordinary. Picture the way sound echoes in a great cathedral, how a whispered word can bounce from wall to wall, growing stronger rather than weaker with each reflection. Cave magic works in much the same way, but instead of sound waves, it is the invisible currents of magical energy that bounce and build, creating pockets of concentrated power that skilled wizards learned to harness thousands of years ago. The limestone caves of ancient Britain were among the first to be recognized for their magical properties. Here, in chambers carved by patient water over countless ages, early wizards discovered that their spells not only worked more effectively, but seemed to take on a life of their own. A simple Lumos charm might burn for hours without renewal, its light taking on the soft, ethereal quality that only cave magic can produce. Healing potions brewed in these underground sanctuaries possessed remarkable potency, their ingredients somehow enhanced by the mineral-rich environment and the accumulated magical resonance of centuries. You can almost feel the coolness of those ancient chambers, where the temperature remains constant throughout the seasons, creating perfect conditions not only for magical practice, but for the preservation of precious artifacts and knowledge. The air itself becomes a preservative, thick with magical humidity that keeps parchments from cracking and prevents the decay that might claim precious texts in the world above. As you venture deeper into our exploration of cave magic, consider the unique properties that make these underground spaces so conducive to magical practice. The earth above acts as a natural shield, protecting sensitive magical work from the disruptive influences of weather, celestial bodies, and the general magical interference that exists on the surface world. In the depths of a cave, a wizard can work with pure magical energy, unfiltered and undisturbed by external forces. The mineral composition of cave walls plays a crucial role in magical amplification. Quartz deposits, common in many cave systems, act as natural magical conductors, channeling and focusing energy along crystalline matrices that crisscross the stone. Iron ore veins provide grounding for more volatile magical experiments, while limestone's natural alkalinity creates an environment where certain types of spells, particularly those involving transformation and healing, flourish beyond their normal parameters. Water, the patient sculptor of these underground cathedrals, continues to play a vital role in cave magic even after the chambers are formed. Underground streams and pools serve as natural scrying basins, their perfectly still surfaces reflecting not just physical images, but glimpses of magical auras and even future possibilities. The constant humidity maintains optimal conditions for the growth of rare magical fungi and mosses, many of which exist nowhere else and possess properties found in no other magical ingredients. Imagine the first wizard who discovered these properties, perhaps seeking shelter from a storm and finding instead a source of power beyond imagining. Picture their wonder as they realized that their simple warming charm had filled the entire chamber with comfortable heat that lasted through the night, or their amazement when a basic healing potion proved capable of mending injuries that would normally require the most advanced magical medicine. These early discoveries led to the establishment of the first underground magical communities. Entire families of wizards took up residence in cave systems, not as hermits or outcasts, but as practitioners of a specialized and highly respected form of magic. They became the keepers of ancient knowledge, the brewers of the most potent potions, and the teachers of magical techniques that could only be mastered in the unique environment of the caves. The social structures that developed in these underground communities were as unique as their magical practices. Without the usual markers of wealth and status that characterized surface wizarding society, grand estates, visible magical gardens, impressive towers, cave dwellers valued different qualities. Magical skill became the primary measure of standing, along with knowledge of the cave systems themselves and the ability to navigate the complex underground networks that connected different magical communities. These cave wizards developed their own forms of communication, using the natural acoustics of their environment to send messages through complex systems of echoes and resonances. A skilled cave wizard could tap out a message on a stalactite and have it carried through miles of connected chambers, arriving at its destination with perfect clarity. They learned to read the subtle changes in air pressure and humidity that might indicate weather changes on the surface, developing an almost supernatural awareness of the world above, even while living entirely below. The magical practices that evolved in these underground sanctuaries were as diverse as they were powerful. Potion making reached unprecedented heights of sophistication, with brewers taking advantage of the stable temperatures and mineral-rich environment to create elixirs of extraordinary potency. The constant darkness made cave dwellers masters of light magic, developing techniques for creating illumination that was both powerful and sustainable. Their understanding of earth magic, spells involving stone, metal, and crystal, surpassed that of any surface wizards. Perhaps most significantly, cave magic fostered a deep understanding of the connection between magical practice and the natural world. Cave wizards learned to work with the existing magical energies of their environment, rather than imposing their will upon it. This collaborative approach to magic yielded results that were often more stable and long-lasting than traditional surface spellcasting, though it required a level of patience and sensitivity that many wizards found challenging to develop. The artifacts created in these cave workshops were legendary for their quality and durability. Wands carved from cave-aged wood and embedded with crystals that had grown in complete darkness possessed unique properties, often specializing in particular types of magic, but performing those specialties with unmatched precision. Cauldrons forged from cave metals could maintain perfect brewing temperatures without external heat sources, while crystal balls grown in underground chambers provided scrying capabilities that surface-made equivalents could never match. As centuries passed, the knowledge and techniques of cave magic began to spread beyond the underground communities themselves. Surface wizards started making pilgrimages to cave sanctuaries, seeking to learn from the masters of underground magic. These exchanges led to hybrid techniques that combined the power of cave magic with the versatility of surface spellcasting, enriching the magical tradition as a whole. However, the true masters of cave magic remained those who had devoted their lives to understanding the deep mysteries of underground magical practice. They could read the magical signatures left in stone by previous generations of wizards, learning from techniques that had been practiced centuries before their birth. They developed methods for awakening dormant magical properties in cave formations, turning entire chambers into powerful magical instruments that could be played like enormous stone orchestras. The legacy of cave magic continues to influence wizarding practice to this day, though few modern wizards fully understand the principles that made it so effective. The techniques for magical amplification developed in cave environments laid the groundwork for many of the enchantments we see in places like Hogwarts, where the castle itself acts as a kind of enormous cave, channeling and focusing magical energy through its ancient stones. As our exploration of cave magic draws to a close for now, take a moment to consider the profound implications of this ancient practice. In a world where magic often seems to be about imposing one's will upon reality, cave magic teaches us about partnership with the natural magical forces that surround us. It reminds us that the most powerful magic often comes not from domination but from understanding, not from force but from harmony. In the gentle darkness of a cave, where the only light comes from magical sources and the only sounds are the patient dripping of water and the soft whisper of air through stone passages, wizards learn to listen to magic itself, to feel its rhythms and respect its deeper mysteries. What wisdom might we uncover if we too learned to practice our magic with such reverence and patience? Chapter 2. The development of self-floating candles. In the deepest chambers where even moonlight has never dared to venture, ancient wizards faced their greatest challenge: how to illuminate the vast underground spaces that had become their sanctuaries and workshops. Tonight, we trace the remarkable evolution of one of the most elegant solutions to this problem: the development of self-floating candles, those graceful orbs of light that would eventually grace the Great Hall of Hogwarts and countless other magical spaces. Picture yourself standing in a cavern so vast that your voice disappears into its heights without returning an echo. The darkness here is complete, absolute in a way that surface dwellers rarely experience. It is a darkness that seems to have weight and substance, pressing against your robes and muffling even the sound of your breathing. This was the environment that sparked one of wizardkind's most beautiful and practical innovations. The earliest attempts at cave illumination were crude affairs by later standards, though ingenious in their own right. Wizards would enchant ordinary torches to burn without consuming their wooden handles, creating flames that could last for days or even weeks. These eternal flames served their purpose, but they came with significant drawbacks. The flickering light cast dancing shadows that could be disorienting in the complex geometry of cave systems, and the heat they produced was often unwelcome in spaces where temperature control was crucial for magical experiments. More problematically, fixed torches could only illuminate small areas, requiring countless flames to light even a modest chamber. Cave wizards found themselves constantly walking between pools of light and shadow, their work interrupted by the need to conjure new flames or reposition existing ones. The inefficiency was maddening for practitioners who valued the careful, methodical approach that cave magic demanded. The breakthrough came from an unlikely source: the observation of cave-dwelling magical creatures, deep within the limestone chambers of what would later become magical Britain. Wizards noticed that certain species of magical moths created their own soft, hovering lights, not through fire but through pure magical luminescence. These creatures could adjust the intensity of their glow, according to need, and move their light sources precisely where illumination was required. Imagine the wonder of that first wizard, who realized that light itself could be divorced from flame, that illumination could be treated as a magical property rather than a physical process. This revelation opened entirely new possibilities for magical lighting, though the practical challenges of implementation would take generations to overcome. The first successful experiments in floating magical light began with attempts to capture and redirect the natural luminescence of these cave moths. Wizards discovered that the creature's glow could be transferred to specially prepared crystals, creating small, portable light sources that required no fuel and produced no heat. These crystal lights were a significant improvement over flames, but they still required physical mounting or carrying, limiting their utility in large spaces. The next evolutionary step involved attempts to make the light sources themselves weightless. Early practitioners achieved this through a combination of levitation charms and sustained illumination spells, but the magical energy required to maintain both effects simultaneously was enormous. These early floating lights would work beautifully for a few hours before flickering out, their maintaining wizards exhausted by the constant magical drain. You can almost feel the frustration of those early innovators, working by the dim glow of their prototype floating lights, knowing they were close to a solution, but unable to achieve the stability and longevity that would make their creation truly practical. Many gave up the pursuit entirely, returning to conventional lighting methods and declaring floating illumination an interesting curiosity, but ultimately impractical. The breakthrough came through an understanding of magical resonance that had been developing in cave communities for centuries. Cave wizards had long known that their underground environments could sustain and amplify magical effects, making spells last far longer than they would on the surface. What they discovered was that certain combinations of spells could create self-reinforcing magical loops, where the energy output of one enchantment could power another, creating a cycle that required minimal external magical input to maintain. The key insight was treating floating light not as two separate spells, levitation and illumination, but as a single, integrated magical effect. By weaving the enchantments together during the initial casting, wizards could create lights that floated because they glowed and glowed because they floated, each aspect of the spell supporting and energizing the other. The practical implementation of this theory required the development of entirely new techniques for spell weaving. Traditional magical practice focused on clean, distinct spells that accomplished specific purposes. Creating stable floating lights required wizards to think in terms of magical harmony, crafting spells that blended together so seamlessly that they became indistinguishable from natural phenomena. The earliest successful self-floating candles were simple affairs, small orbs of warm, steady light that could hover in place for days at a time. They required periodic renewal, but the energy cost was minimal compared to earlier attempts. More importantly, they could be positioned precisely where light was needed, moved without physical contact, and adjusted for brightness through simple verbal commands. As news of this innovation spread through the underground magical communities, improvements came rapidly. Wizards began experimenting with different colors of light, discovering that certain hues were more suitable for specific types of magical work. Cool blue lights proved excellent for potion brewing, as they didn't interfere with the natural colors of ingredients. Warm golden lights were preferred for reading and general illumination, while pure white lights were found to be ideal for precision work like wand making or rune carving. The shape of the floating lights also evolved through experimentation. While the original orbs were perfectly functional, wizards discovered that different shapes had different properties. Elongated lights resembling floating candles provided more focused illumination, while disc-shaped lights could spread their glow over wider areas. Some innovative practitioners created complex geometric light patterns, arranging floating illumination in three-dimensional configurations that could light entire chambers from multiple angles simultaneously. Perhaps the most significant advancement was the development of responsive floating lights, illumination that could adjust its intensity and position based on the activities of the people it was lighting. These sophisticated enchantments used detection charms to sense when someone was approaching or moving away, automatically brightening or dimming as needed. The most advanced versions could even anticipate needs, moving to illuminate work areas before the wizard had consciously decided to use them. The social implications of floating light technology were as significant as the practical ones. In cave communities where status had traditionally been measured by magical skill and knowledge, the ability to create and maintain sophisticated floating light arrangements became a mark of exceptional accomplishment. Master wizards would design elaborate lighting schemes for their chambers, creating not just functional illumination, but artistic displays that demonstrated their mastery of complex spell-weaving techniques. These lighting arrangements became a form of magical architecture, with cave chambers designed around the placement and movement of floating lights. Some communities developed traditions where the lighting patterns in common areas told stories or conveyed important information to residents. A particular arrangement might indicate that a celebration was planned, while another pattern could signal the need for quiet study or important magical work in progress. The export of floating light technology to surface wizarding communities marked a turning point in magical illumination. Surface wizards, long accustomed to the limitations of conventional lighting, were amazed by the possibilities that floating lights offered. Grand wizarding halls could be illuminated uniformly without the fire hazards of traditional torches or candles. Private studies could have light that followed readers as they moved, and workshop areas could be lit precisely for whatever task was at hand. However, surface applications revealed new challenges. Unlike the stable magical environment of caves, surface locations were subject to magical interference from weather, celestial influences, and the general magical activity of populated areas. Floating lights that worked perfectly in underground chambers would flicker and fail when exposed to the chaotic magical environment of the surface world. This led to the development of stabilization techniques that made floating lights robust enough for surface use. These involved more complex initial enchantments that created protective barriers around the light sources, shielding them from external magical interference. The energy cost of these protections was significant, but the benefits of reliable magical lighting made the investment worthwhile. The integration of floating light technology into major wizarding institutions like Hogwarts required further innovations. The Great Hall, with its enormous volume and the hundreds of people who gathered there daily, presented challenges unlike anything cave wizards had originally faced. The solution involved creating networks of floating lights that could coordinate with each other, sharing the magical load, and automatically adjusting their collective output based on the needs of the moment. These networked lighting systems became marvels of magical engineering, capable of creating dramatic effects for special occasions, while providing steady, reliable illumination for daily use. The famous floating candles of Hogwarts represent the pinnacle of this technology, each individual light a masterpiece of spell weaving, the entire collection working together as a single, magnificent magical organism. The influence of floating light technology extended far beyond simple illumination. The spell-weaving techniques developed for creating stable floating lights found applications in many other areas of magic. The principles of self-reinforcing magical loops were applied to create self-stirring cauldrons, self-organizing bookshelves, and countless other convenient magical devices that have become commonplace in wizarding households. Modern wizards often take floating lights for granted, seeing them as simply another aspect of the magical world they inhabit. Few realize the centuries of innovation and experimentation that went into perfecting what appears to be a simple magical effect. The floating candles that illuminate our celebrations and guide our nighttime journeys represent one of wizardkind's greatest collaborative achievements, the result of countless cave wizards working in patient darkness to bring light to the world. As we consider the legacy of floating light innovation, we might reflect on how this achievement embodies the best qualities of magical research and development. It required deep understanding of magical principles, patient experimentation, willingness to learn from failure, and the vision to see possibilities beyond immediate practical needs. The cave wizards who first created floating lights were not just solving a problem, they were expanding the very definition of what magic could accomplish. In the gentle glow of floating lights that surround us now, whether real or imagined, we can appreciate both the practical genius and the artistic vision that went into their creation. What other seemingly impossible dreams might become tomorrow's everyday magic if we approach them with the same patience and dedication shown by the masters of floating light? Chapter 4. Creatures of the Magical Rainforest. In the emerald depths where ancient magic pulses through every shadow and shaft of filtered sunlight, extraordinary creatures make their homes among the twisted roots and soaring branches of the world's most enchanted forests. Tonight, we venture into the hidden realm of these magical beings, whose very existence transforms the jungle into a living tapestry of wonder and mystery. Picture yourself moving silently along a narrow game trail, your footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of decomposing leaves that releases tiny sparks of bioluminescent magic with each step. The air around you thrums with the constant presence of unseen life, and you begin to understand that in a magical rainforest, the boundary between the mundane and the miraculous dissolves entirely. The first creatures to reveal themselves are often the most subtle. Prism butterflies flutter past on wings that seem to be made of living stained glass, each wing beat creating brief rainbows in the humid air. These delicate beings possess the remarkable ability to become completely invisible when they fold their wings, their bodies disappearing so completely that only the faint shimmer of displaced air reveals their presence. Local shamans believe that prism butterflies carry messages between the physical and spiritual worlds, their rainbow trails marking the paths that souls take when traveling between different planes of existence. High in the canopy above, you catch glimpses of the legendary jade monkeys, primates whose fur has been transformed by centuries of exposure to concentrated jungle magic into something resembling living emerald. These intelligent creatures have developed rudimentary spellcasting abilities, using simple charms to help them navigate the complex three-dimensional maze of the canopy. They communicate through a combination of vocal calls and color changes in their magical fur, creating a sophisticated language that researchers are still struggling to fully understand. As you pause beside a crystal-clear stream that winds through the jungle floor, you notice movement in the water that defies normal aquatic behavior. Shadowfish swim not just through the water, but through the shadows cast by overhanging branches, moving seamlessly between the liquid and the darkness, as if both were equally navigable mediums. These ethereal creatures feed on reflected moonlight and the dreams of sleeping animals, their translucent bodies glowing with a soft phosphorescence that provides the only clue to their presence in the darker waters. The predators of the magical rainforest have evolved hunting strategies that blend natural instinct with supernatural ability. Mist leopards, whose spotted coats can transform into actual fog at will, use their shape-shifting abilities to become nearly undetectable as they stalk their prey through the undergrowth. When hunting, these magnificent cats can disperse their physical forms across hundreds of cubic yards of mist, reforming only at the moment of attack with devastating effectiveness. Even more elusive are the whisper serpents, snakes whose scales have developed the ability to absorb and replicate any sound they encounter. These remarkable reptiles can mimic the calls of birds, the rustle of leaves, or even human voices with perfect accuracy, using their vocal abilities to lure prey into carefully prepared ambushes. The most ancient whisper serpents are said to have learned the languages of dozens of different species, becoming living libraries of jungle communication that can converse with any creature they encounter. The relationship between magical creatures and the jungle environment itself creates fascinating examples of evolutionary adaptation. Canopy sloths move so slowly that magical moss and tiny orchids actually grow on their fur, creating living gardens that provide both camouflage and a portable ecosystem. These symbiotic relationships benefit both the sloths, who gain additional protection from predators, and the plants, who receive transportation to new growing sites throughout the jungle. Among the most revered creatures of the magical rainforest are the dream tappers, gentle giants whose powerful magical abilities allow them to walk through the dreams of sleeping creatures. These benevolent beings serve as the jungle's natural therapists, helping traumatized animals work through psychological wounds and ensuring that the mental health of the forest's inhabitants remains in balance. Their presence in an area is considered a sign of the jungle's spiritual well-being, and their disappearance often precedes environmental disasters or magical disturbances. The avian life of magical rainforests displays an extraordinary range of supernatural abilities. Echo parrots possess perfect acoustic memory, able to reproduce any sound they have ever heard with flawless precision. These remarkable birds serve as the jungle's living archives, preserving the voices of extinct species and maintaining oral traditions that stretch back thousands of years. Some echo parrots are known to recite ancient magical incantations in long-dead languages, their repetitions helping to maintain protective spells that were cast centuries ago. Hovering near the massive buttress roots of ancient trees, you might encounter lantern beetles, insects whose bioluminescent abdomens can produce light in any color of the visible spectrum, and several beyond normal human perception. These living lights serve multiple functions in the jungle ecosystem, from providing illumination for nocturnal plant pollination to creating complex light-based communication networks that span the entire forest. During mating season, thousands of lantern beetles coordinate their displays to create magnificent light shows that can be seen from space. The amphibians of magical rainforests have developed some of the most unusual magical abilities in the animal kingdom. Phase frogs can shift between different states of matter at will, becoming gaseous to escape predators or liquid to flow through impossibly small spaces. Their tadpoles develop in pools of collected rainwater that float freely through the air, suspended by the same magical forces that allow their parents to exist in multiple physical states simultaneously. Underground, the jungle's soil teems with magical invertebrates that play crucial roles in maintaining the forest's supernatural ecosystem. Earth singers are enormous earthworms, whose movements through the soil create subsonic vibrations that help regulate plant growth and magical energy flow throughout the forest. These creatures can live for centuries, their patient work creating the rich, magically charged soil that supports the jungle's incredible biodiversity. The nocturnal creatures of the magical rainforest become active as darkness falls, revealing an entirely different cast of characters that emerges only when the sun disappears. Night gliders, bat-like creatures with wings that shimmer with star patterns, navigate using echolocation, enhanced with precognitive abilities that allow them to see several seconds into the future. This temporal advantage makes them nearly impossible to catch, and extraordinarily effective hunters. Among the most mysterious of all jungle creatures are the forest spirits, beings that exist on the borderline between animal and elemental force. These entities appear as shifting columns of mist and light that move through the jungle with purpose and intelligence, but their exact nature remains unknown to modern magical researchers. Some theories suggest they are the collective consciousness of the forest itself made manifest, while others propose they are ancient magical creatures that have transcended physical form entirely. The symbiotic relationships between different magical species create complex webs of interdependence that stabilize the entire jungle ecosystem. Harmony birds form lifelong partnerships with specific trees, their melodious songs helping to regulate the magical energy that flows through their chosen partner. In return, the trees provide the birds with shelter and magical nectar that enhances their vocal abilities, creating a mutually beneficial relationship that can last for centuries. As you settle into a comfortable spot beneath a massive cecropia tree, its broad leaves providing shelter from the gentle night rain that begins to fall, you become aware of the incredible orchestration of life that surrounds you. Every creature, from the smallest magical insect to the most powerful jungle spirit, plays a specific role in maintaining the delicate balance that keeps this ecosystem functioning. The gentle patter of rain on leaves mingles with the night calls of countless creatures, creating a lullaby that seems to emerge from the very heart of the jungle itself. Fireflies begin their nightly dance, their lights joining with the bioluminescent fungi and glowing flowers to create a constellation of earthbound stars that illuminates the magical world around you. In this moment of perfect tranquility, surrounded by some of the most extraordinary creatures on earth, you might find yourself wondering what other magical beings remain undiscovered in the deepest reaches of these ancient forests, and what wisdom might they share about living in harmony with the natural magic that flows through all life. Chapter 4. The different types of magical invitations. In the flickering candlelight of ancient libraries where communication scrolls rest in neat piles awaiting delivery, we discover one of the most elegant and complex aspects of wizarding etiquette, the art of magical invitations. These are far more than simple requests for attendance. They are intricate magical documents that serve as keys, protections, and bonds of trust between wizards, each type carefully crafted for its specific purpose and imbued with enchantments that can span continents and centuries. Imagine holding in your hands a piece of parchment that seems ordinary at first glance, yet tingles with barely contained magic beneath your fingertips. As you watch, elegant script begins to appear across its surface, the words forming themselves in ink that shifts color like captured starlight. This is no mere letter, but a magical invitation, a document that carries within it not just information, but intention, protection, and often a small portion of the sender's own magical essence. The high story of magical invitations stretches back to the earliest days of organized wizarding society, when the need for secure, verifiable communication became essential for maintaining the complex social and professional networks that characterized magical communities. Unlike Muggle correspondence, which relies solely on physical delivery and written proof, magical invitations must serve multiple functions simultaneously. They must convey information, verify the sender's identity, provide access to protected events or locations, and often serve as talismans of protection for the invited guest. The most basic form of magical invitation is the simple summons used for everyday social gatherings and informal meetings. These unpretentious documents appear as standard parchment letters, but they carry subtle enchantments that make them remarkably practical. A simple summons will always find its intended recipient, even if that person has moved to a new location since the invitation was written. The magic woven into the parchment includes basic tracking charms that can follow the magical signature of the intended guest across vast distances. You can almost feel the gentle warmth that emanates from a simple summons, as it recognizes your magical aura, confirming that you are indeed the intended recipient. These invitations include basic authentication magic that prevents forgery. Each one carries a unique magical fingerprint from its creator that cannot be duplicated or transferred. When you touch the parchment, you know with certainty who sent it and can trust that the information it contains is genuine. More sophisticated are the formal convocations used for official wizarding business and important ceremonial events. These elaborate documents often arrive in specially enchanted envelopes that will not open unless touched by the intended recipient. The invitation itself might be written on parchment made from magical materials, phoenix feather paper for events of great importance, dragon hide vellum for gatherings that might involve danger, or paper made from the inner bark of magical trees for celebrations connected to nature magic. Formal convocations carry powerful protective enchantments designed to safeguard both the information they contain and the person receiving them. The text might be written in disappearing ink that becomes visible only when the correct recipient touches the parchment, or in transforming script that appears as one message to casual observers, but reveals its true contents to the invited guest. Some of the most secure formal convocations use multiple truth layering, where different levels of information are revealed based on the magical strength and clearance level of the reader. The protective magic extends beyond mere security to actual physical protection for the invited guest. A properly crafted formal convocation acts as a temporary talisman, providing magical shields against common hexes and curses during travel to and from the event. These protections are particularly important for gatherings that might attract the attention of dark wizards or other magical threats, ensuring that guests can attend important meetings without fear of magical assault en route. Perhaps the most fascinating type of magical invitation is the temporal summons, used for events that transcend normal time constraints. These remarkable documents can deliver themselves at precisely the right moment, regardless of when they were originally written. A wizard planning a gathering 6 months in the future might write the invitations immediately, but enchant them to appear before their intended recipients exactly 1 week before the event, ensuring perfect timing regardless of changing circumstances. Temporal summons require extraordinary magical skill to create properly, as they must incorporate complex time magic that keeps the invitation in magical stasis until the appropriate moment for delivery. The parchment exists in a state of temporal suspension, neither fully present nor absent, waiting patiently for the predetermined moment to manifest in the physical world. Master enchanters, who specialize in these invitations, often describe the delicate balance required to maintain temporal stability while preserving the invitation's other magical properties. The most exclusive magical invitations are the bloodline convocations, used for gatherings restricted to members of specific magical families or organizations. These prestigious documents carry genetic recognition charms that verify not just the identity of the recipient, but their lineage and qualifications to attend the event. The magic woven into these invitations can trace family histories back through generations, ensuring that only legitimate heirs or qualified members receive access to exclusive gatherings. Bloodline convocations often serve as more than invitations. They function as portable archives of family or organizational history. When touched by a qualified recipient, they might display genealogical information, family crests that shift and change to show different branches of the family tree, or organizational seals that reveal the recipient's rank and standing within the group. These features make bloodline convocations valuable documents in their own right, often kept as family heirlooms long after the events they originally announced have concluded. Secret society summons represent perhaps the most magically complex type of invitation, designed for gatherings of clandestine magical organizations. These documents must balance the need for security with the requirement to convey essential information to authorized recipients. They often employ multiple layers of magical concealment, appearing as innocuous documents, perhaps a recipe for brewing tea or a harmless social note, until activated by specific magical passwords or gestures known only to society members. The security measures built into secret society summons can be elaborate to the point of seeming paranoid, but they serve essential functions for organizations that operate outside normal wizarding society. Some of these invitations will self-destruct if opened by anyone other than the intended recipient, while others contain false information designed to mislead unauthorized readers, while conveying the true message to society members who know how to decode it properly. Emergency alerts represent the most urgent category of magical invitation, designed for situations where immediate response is essential. These powerful documents sacrifice elegance for speed and reliability, using brute force magic to ensure instant delivery, regardless of magical interference or protective barriers. An emergency alert will burn through standard mail wards, interrupt other magical communications, and even wake sleeping recipients if necessary to deliver its urgent message. The magic used in emergency alerts is deliberately overwhelming, designed to overcome any obstacles that might delay delivery. These invitations often arrive as glowing balls of light that hover insistently until acknowledged, or as spectral messengers that can speak their message aloud before dissipating. The sender of an emergency alert expends considerable magical energy in its creation, but the urgency of true emergencies justifies the magical cost. Regional variations in magical invitation styles reflect the diverse magical traditions found throughout the wizarding world. Celtic wizards favor invitations written on bark parchment with ink made from crushed gemstones, creating documents that literally sparkle with contained magic. Scandinavian magical communities use invitations carved into thin sheets of magical ice that preserve themselves indefinitely, while conveying the crystalline clarity prized in Nordic magical traditions. Tropical wizarding communities often create invitations using materials that would be impossible in other climates. Parchment made from specially treated palm fronds that remain flexible and durable for centuries, or inks derived from bioluminescent magical organisms that make the text glow with soft, natural light. These regional variations add richness and diversity to the art of magical invitation crafting, with collectors often prizing examples from different magical cultures. The etiquette surrounding magical invitations is as complex as the magic used to create them. Proper response to different types of invitations requires knowledge of specific protocols. Some must be answered within a certain time period to maintain their protective magic, while others require specific magical gestures or phrases to confirm acceptance. Failing to follow proper invitation etiquette can result in anything from mild social embarrassment to exclusion from important magical events. The training required to become a master of invitation magic involves years of study in multiple magical disciplines. Aspiring invitation enchanters must master protective charms, authentication magic, temporal spells, tracking enchantments, and often specialized areas like bloodline verification or security magic. The most accomplished practitioners can create invitations that serve as works of art, in addition to their practical functions, with magical illuminations that shift and change, musical enchantments that play when opened, or aromatic charms that fill the air with pleasant scents. Modern innovations in magical invitation design continue to push the boundaries of what these documents can accomplish. Some contemporary enchanters create invitations that can update themselves with new information as event details change, or that provide real-time magical maps showing the quickest route to the gathering location. Others experiment with cross-cultural magic, creating invitations that can adapt their appearance and protocols to match the magical traditions of their recipients. The role of magical invitations in maintaining wizarding society cannot be overstated. They serve as the communication backbone that keeps magical communities connected across vast distances and cultural differences. Through the careful crafting and exchange of these magical documents, wizards maintain the social bonds, professional networks, and cultural traditions that define their world. In our modern era, where magical communication has become faster and more convenient, the traditional art of invitation magic might seem antiquated. Yet these carefully crafted documents continue to serve functions that newer forms of magical communication cannot replicate. They provide security, authentication, protection, and permanence that make them irreplaceable for truly important magical gatherings and official wizarding business. As we conclude our exploration of magical invitations, consider the care and skill that goes into each of these remarkable documents. Every invitation represents not just a request for attendance, but a magical bond between the sender and recipient, a small work of art, and a testament to the sophisticated communication networks that bind the wizarding world together. What thoughts might arise if you were to receive a magical invitation tomorrow? Would you be more intrigued by the magic that brought it to you, the event it announces, or the connection it represents to the vast hidden community of magical practitioners? Chapter 12. The Future of Jungle Magic Conservation. At the threshold between past and future, where ancient wisdom meets modern necessity, the magical jungle ecosystems of our world stand at a crossroads that will determine not only their own survival, but the fate of magical knowledge that has been accumulating for millennia. As we gaze toward tomorrow from the shelter of these primordial sanctuaries, we must consider how the choices made today will shape the magical landscape that future generations will inherit. Picture yourself standing on an observation platform high in the canopy, watching the sun rise over an expanse of magical jungle that stretches to the horizon in every direction. This vista, which has remained essentially unchanged for thousands of years, now faces challenges that would have been unimaginable to the ancient practitioners who first learned to work in harmony with these forest systems. The encroachment of modern development, the effects of climate change, and the gradual loss of traditional magical knowledge create pressures that threaten to destroy in decades what took millennia to develop. The Magical Ecosystem Mapping Project represents one of the most ambitious conservation efforts ever undertaken by the international wizarding community. Teams of researchers work year-round to document every aspect of magical jungle environments, from the migration patterns of individual butterfly species to the underground networks of root communication that connect entire forest systems. This comprehensive cataloging effort aims to create a complete archive of magical jungle knowledge before any of it can be lost to environmental destruction or cultural change. Modern conservation efforts must balance the preservation of ancient magical traditions with the need to adapt to changing global conditions. The hybrid conservation approach, developed through collaboration between traditional jungle shamans and contemporary magical researchers, seeks to maintain the essential character of these ecosystems while allowing for carefully managed adaptations that will help them survive in a rapidly changing world. This methodology recognizes that absolute preservation may be impossible, but that thoughtful evolution can maintain the core magical properties that make these environments so valuable. The establishment of magical protected zones represents a significant step forward in jungle conservation efforts. These areas, designated jointly by wizarding governments and indigenous magical communities, receive the highest levels of legal protection available under international magical law. Within these zones, traditional practices can continue unchanged, while new research proceeds under careful supervision. The protected status also includes provisions for monitoring and managing the inevitable interactions between magical and non-magical conservation efforts. Climate adaptation magic has emerged as one of the most important new fields in jungle conservation. As global weather patterns shift and traditional seasonal cycles become less predictable, magical practitioners are developing new techniques to help jungle ecosystems maintain their essential characteristics despite changing external conditions. Microclimate stabilization spells can maintain optimal temperature and humidity levels within small areas, while weather buffer enchantments help protect sensitive magical phenomena from the disruptive effects of increasingly extreme weather events. The Young Practitioners Initiative works to ensure that traditional jungle magic knowledge continues to be passed down to new generations of learners. This program pairs elderly shamans and master practitioners with young wizards from around the world, creating mentorship relationships that transcend cultural and geographical boundaries. Participants spend years living within jungle communities, learning not just magical techniques but the entire worldview that makes traditional jungle magic possible. Technological integration presents both opportunities and challenges for jungle magic conservation. Magical monitoring systems can track environmental changes with unprecedented precision, allowing for rapid responses to emerging threats. However, the introduction of any artificial elements into these pristine ecosystems must be handled with extreme care to avoid disrupting the delicate magical balances that have evolved over countless generations. The development of biocompatible monitoring devices, which incorporate living components that can integrate seamlessly with natural systems, represents an important breakthrough in this area. The Sanctuary Network project aims to create connected corridors of protected magical habitat that allow for the free movement of magical creatures and the flow of magical energy between different jungle regions. These corridors, maintained through cooperative agreements between multiple nations and magical communities, help ensure that individual protected areas do not become isolated islands surrounded by hostile environments. Research into magical genetic preservation has revealed that many of the unique properties of jungle magical plants and creatures are encoded not just in their physical genetics, but in magical inheritance patterns that can be disrupted by environmental stress. The development of essence banking techniques allows researchers to preserve these magical genetic patterns even when the organisms themselves cannot be maintained in changing environments, creating a library of magical biodiversity that could potentially be used to restore damaged ecosystems in the future. The role of international cooperation in jungle conservation cannot be overstated. The Global Magical Heritage Convention brings together representatives from every nation that contains magical jungle territories, creating forums for sharing knowledge, coordinating conservation efforts, and resolving conflicts that might threaten these precious ecosystems. These diplomatic efforts have prevented several potential disasters where development projects or military activities might have caused irreparable damage to magical environments. Educational outreach programs work to increase awareness of jungle magic conservation needs among magical communities worldwide. The Traveling Jungle Exhibition brings samples of magical jungle environments to major magical population centers, allowing urban wizards to experience these ecosystems firsthand and understand what might be lost if conservation efforts fail. These programs have been instrumental in building political support for increased funding and legal protection for jungle conservation projects. The development of restoration magic techniques offers hope for damaged or partially destroyed magical jungle areas. These advanced spells, which work by recreating the exact magical field conditions that existed in healthy ecosystems, can accelerate natural recovery processes and help re-establish the complex web of relationships that characterize functioning magical jungle environments. Early trials have shown promising results, with severely damaged areas showing significant recovery within decades, rather than the centuries that natural healing would require. Economic sustainability represents one of the greatest challenges facing jungle conservation efforts. The Magical Sustainable Development Program works to create economic opportunities for local communities that depend on jungle resources, while ensuring that these activities do not damage the ecosystems they depend upon. Eco-magical tourism, carefully managed harvesting of renewable magical resources, and the development of jungle-based magical education centers all provide income streams that support conservation while maintaining environmental integrity. The Next Generation Conservation Initiative focuses on developing new magical techniques specifically designed for conservation applications. Young researchers, trained in both traditional jungle magic and modern magical theory, are developing innovative approaches to ecosystem management that were impossible with either traditional or contemporary methods alone. These hybrid techniques show particular promise for addressing conservation challenges that have no historical precedents. Scientific research partnerships between magical and non-magical conservation organizations have revealed important insights into the relationship between magical and mundane ecosystem health. The discovery that magical jungle areas often serve as critical refuges for non-magical endangered species has led to increased cooperation between previously separate conservation efforts. These partnerships have also revealed that the health of magical ecosystems can serve as early warning indicators for environmental problems that will eventually affect larger geographical areas. The role of ancient protective magic in modern conservation efforts has become increasingly important as external pressures on jungle ecosystems intensify. Many of the oldest magical protections are still functioning, but they require ongoing maintenance and occasional updating to address new types of threats. The Ancient Protection Renewal Project works to identify and restore these historical defensive systems while adapting them to meet contemporary conservation needs. As you sit quietly in this elevated observatory, watching the first light of dawn illuminate the vast expanse of magical jungle spreading in all directions around you, you become aware of both the incredible beauty of what exists today and the profound responsibility that comes with serving as stewards for future generations. The gentle sounds of the awakening forest, bird calls, rustling leaves, and the distant splash of a stream create a symphony that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, but may not survive another century without careful protection. The morning mist that rises from the canopy catches and reflects the early sunlight, creating a display of natural beauty that seems to embody the magic inherent in these ancient ecosystems. Each droplet of moisture carries within it the essence of the entire forest system, linking the individual trees, creatures, and magical phenomena into a single living whole that represents one of our world's most precious treasures. In this moment of quiet contemplation, surrounded by the legacy of countless generations of magical practitioners who have called these jungles home, you might find yourself reflecting on the profound questions that will shape the future of magical conservation. What responsibility do we bear to preserve these irreplaceable magical ecosystems for those who will come after us? How can we balance the legitimate needs of human progress with the protection of magical environments that can never be recreated once they are lost? And what new forms of cooperation between traditional wisdom and modern innovation might emerge to ensure that the ancient magic of the jungle continues to flourish in the centuries to come? Chapter 6. The magic of ancient Luxembourg. In the heart of Europe, where rolling hills cradle ancient forests and limestone cliffs rise like natural fortresses above winding rivers, lies a land whose magical heritage has been quietly shaping wizarding history for over 1,000 years. Tonight we journey to the enchanted realm of ancient Luxembourg, where the convergence of Celtic, Germanic, and Romance magical traditions created some of the most sophisticated and enduring magical practices ever developed on the European continent. Picture yourself standing on the Chemin de la Corniche, that legendary balcony of Europe, as morning mist rises from the Alzette River valley below. The modern city spreads before you, but if you knew how to look, if you possessed the sight that comes with understanding ancient magic, you would see the shimmering outlines of structures that existed long before any Muggle settlement, the ghostly traces of magical Luxembourg that thrived in the shadows of history. The magical significance of Luxembourg begins with its unique geographical position at the crossroads of three great European magical traditions. Here, where the ancient trade routes converged and political boundaries shifted like flowing water, magical practitioners from different cultures met, interacted, and gradually developed hybrid practices that combined the best elements of each tradition while creating something entirely new and remarkably powerful. The Celtic Druids were the first to recognize the magical potential of Luxembourg's landscape. They established sacred groves in the ancient forests that once covered much of the region, creating networks of stone circles and ritual sites that channeled the natural magical energies flowing through the land. These early practitioners discovered that Luxembourg's position at the confluence of several major ley lines created zones of concentrated magical power that could amplify spells far beyond their normal effectiveness. Imagine walking through the Bambesh forest in those distant times, when towering oak trees formed natural cathedrals, and every clearing held the potential for magical revelation. The Druids built their stone circles not as isolated monuments, but as components of a vast magical infrastructure that spanned the entire region. Each circle was positioned to take advantage of specific geological features, underground streams, mineral deposits, or natural cave systems that enhanced particular types of magical working. The Roman conquest of Gaul brought new magical influences to the region, as Roman wizards encountered and gradually learned to work with the existing Celtic magical infrastructure. Rather than destroying the Druidic sites, the more enlightened Roman magical practitioners recognized their value and began incorporating Celtic techniques into their own more structured magical system. This fusion created the first truly systematic approach to landscape magic, treating entire geographical regions as integrated magical instruments. You can almost feel the patient work of centuries as Roman magical engineers surveyed the existing Celtic sites, mapping the flows of magical energy and identifying optimal locations for new magical installations. They built their own structures, not to replace the Celtic network, but to complement and extend it, creating a magical infrastructure of unprecedented scope and sophistication. The Germanic tribes that eventually settled in the region brought their own magical traditions, emphasizing rune magic and the deep connection between natural forces and magical practice. Their arrival created a three-way cultural and magical synthesis that proved extraordinarily fertile. Germanic rune magic provided precise symbolic systems for directing magical energy. Celtic nature magic offered deep understanding of natural magical processes, and Roman systematic thinking created frameworks for organizing and preserving magical knowledge. The result was the emergence of Luxembourg as one of Europe's most important centers for magical innovation and learning. By the early medieval period, the region hosted magical schools and research institutions that attracted students and scholars from across the continent. The famous Schola Magica Luxembourgensis, hidden deep within the rock formations beneath what would later become Luxembourg City, became legendary throughout the wizarding world for the quality of its instruction and the groundbreaking magical research conducted within its stone halls. The school's location was no accident. It was built within a natural cave system that had been enhanced and expanded by centuries of magical working. The limestone bedrock provided ideal conditions for the preservation of magical artifacts and texts, while the cave's natural acoustics made it perfect for the verbal components of advanced spellcasting. Students came from as far away as Scotland and Sicily to study the unique combination of theoretical rigor and practical application that characterized Luxembourg magical education. The magical practices that developed in ancient Luxembourg reflected the region's position as a cultural crossroads. Luxembourg wizards became renowned for their diplomatic magic, spells and enchantments designed to facilitate communication, translation, and peaceful negotiation between different magical communities. These skills proved invaluable as European wizarding society became increasingly complex and interconnected. Consider the elegant solutions Luxembourg wizards developed for the linguistic challenges that plagued early international magical cooperation. They created translation charms that could adapt not just to different languages, but to different magical traditions, ensuring that spells and incantations maintained their effectiveness, even when cast by practitioners from different cultural backgrounds. These innovations made possible the first truly international magical conferences and laid the groundwork for institutions like the International Confederation of Wizards. The magical architecture of ancient Luxembourg was equally innovative, combining the best features of different building traditions while adapting to the region's unique geological conditions. Luxembourg magical buildings were typically constructed in harmony with existing cave systems, creating structures that were partially underground and partially above ground, taking advantage of both natural magical amplification and conventional lighting and ventilation. These architectural innovations influenced magical building practices throughout Europe. The technique of integrated cave construction, pioneered in Luxembourg, became the standard method for building magical institutions in regions with suitable geology. The approach required deep understanding of both natural cave systems and magical energy flows, skills that Luxembourg architects guarded carefully and taught only to selected apprentices. The economic magical practices of ancient Luxembourg were as sophisticated as their architectural achievements. Luxembourg wizards became the premier magical bankers and traders of medieval Europe, developing financial magic that could facilitate complex international transactions while providing security against magical fraud and theft. Their banks, hidden within the rock formations of the old city, used combination locks that required both conventional keys and specific magical signatures to open. The magical currency systems developed in Luxembourg provided the foundation for modern wizarding banking. They created standardized magical coins that incorporated authentication charms, making counterfeiting virtually impossible, and they developed credit systems that allowed wizards to conduct business across vast distances without physically transporting valuable magical materials. These innovations made possible the emergence of a truly international magical economy. Luxembourg's position at the intersection of major trade routes also made it a center for magical smuggling and black market activities, requiring the development of sophisticated magical law enforcement techniques. Luxembourg magical constables became legendary for their ability to detect concealed magical items and identify fraudulent magical documents. Their investigative techniques, combining mundane detection methods with specialized magical sensing, set standards that influenced magical law enforcement throughout Europe. The cultural achievements of ancient Luxembourg were equally impressive, particularly in the areas of magical literature and scholarly writing. Luxembourg magical scholars developed new methods for preserving and copying magical texts, creating books that could update themselves with new information, and scrolls that could translate themselves into different languages as needed. Their libraries became treasure houses of magical knowledge, attracting researchers from across the wizarding world. The magical artistic traditions of Luxembourg reflected the region's cultural diversity and sophisticated aesthetic sensibilities. Luxembourg magical artists developed techniques for creating enchanted tapestries that could change their patterns in response to seasonal cycles or special occasions, and they pioneered methods for magical sculpture that incorporated living elements, stone figures that could move, and even speak when properly activated. Perhaps most significantly, Luxembourg became a center for magical diplomacy and international relations. The region's long history of peaceful coexistence between different cultural groups made it an ideal location for negotiations between wizarding communities that might otherwise be hostile to each other. Luxembourg magical diplomats developed protocols and procedures that made possible the peaceful resolution of conflicts that might otherwise have led to magical warfare. The magical neutrality that Luxembourg maintained throughout most of its history allowed it to serve as a safe haven for wizards fleeing persecution or political turmoil in other parts of Europe. The region's magical institutions provided sanctuary for scholars, artists, and other magical practitioners who might otherwise have been lost to the wizarding world, preserving knowledge and traditions that enriched magical culture throughout the continent. The decline of Luxembourg's magical prominence began during the political upheavals of the early modern period, when changing borders and new political alliances disrupted the stable conditions that had allowed magical culture to flourish. However, the innovations and traditions developed during Luxembourg's golden age continued to influence wizarding practice, long after the region itself had faded from magical prominence. The magical heritage of ancient Luxembourg remains visible today to those who know how to look for it. The cave systems beneath Luxembourg City still bear traces of ancient magical workings, and the forests of the region retain echoes of the druidic magic that once shaped the landscape. Modern magical practitioners who visit the area often report sensing residual magical energies that speak of the sophisticated magical culture that once thrived there. The lessons of Luxembourg's magical history remain relevant for contemporary wizarding society. The region's success in fostering cooperation between different magical traditions, its innovations in magical education and research, and its role as a center for peaceful international relations, provide models that could benefit modern magical communities struggling with similar challenges. As our exploration of ancient Luxembourg draws to a close, we might reflect on the remarkable achievements of this small but influential magical culture. In a continent often torn by magical conflicts and cultural divisions, Luxembourg demonstrated that different magical traditions could not only coexist, but could combine to create something greater than the sum of their parts. What wisdom might we glean from Luxembourg's example about the potential for cooperation and synthesis in our own magical endeavors, and how might the patient, diplomatic approach that characterized Luxembourg magic serve as a model for addressing the challenges facing contemporary wizarding society? Chapter 7. The Historical Evolution of Magical Wisdom. Through the ages, as civilizations have risen and fallen like waves upon distant shores, the concept of wisdom within the magical world has undergone profound transformations, each era building upon the insights of its predecessors, while adapting to new challenges and possibilities. Tonight, we trace this remarkable journey through time, exploring how the understanding of what it means to be truly wise in the practice of magic has evolved from ancient intuitive knowledge to the sophisticated philosophical frameworks that guide contemporary wizarding thought. Imagine yourself as a traveler through time, witnessing the great moments when magical understanding took significant leaps forward, when individual insights became collective wisdom, and when the accumulated knowledge of generations crystallized into principles that would guide magical practice for centuries to come. Each era brought its own understanding of wisdom, its own challenges, and its own contributions to the great ongoing conversation about how magic should be understood and wielded. In the earliest days of magical practice, wisdom was largely intuitive and experiential. Ancient wizards learned through direct interaction with magical forces, developing their understanding through trial, error, and careful observation of natural magical phenomena. This primitive form of magical wisdom was deeply personal and often difficult to communicate to others, as it relied heavily on individual sensitivity to magical energies and personal experience with their effects. The shamanic traditions that emerged in various cultures around the world represented the first systematic attempts to codify magical wisdom. These early practitioners developed methods for training magical sensitivity, rituals for safely exploring dangerous magical territories, and oral traditions for preserving and transmitting magical knowledge. Their wisdom emphasized harmony with natural forces, respect for the spiritual dimensions of magical practice, and the importance of personal purification and spiritual discipline. You can almost feel the weight of responsibility that these early wisdom keepers carried, knowing that they were the guardians of knowledge that could mean the difference between life and death, prosperity and disaster for their communities. Their understanding of wisdom was inseparable from their understanding of duty, and they developed elaborate initiation processes, designed to ensure that magical knowledge was passed only to those who had demonstrated the character necessary to use it responsibly. The emergence of written language marked a crucial turning point in the evolution of magical wisdom. For the first time, magical knowledge could be preserved in permanent form, allowing for the accumulation of insights across generations and the development of increasingly sophisticated theoretical frameworks. The great magical libraries of ancient civilizations, from the hidden archives of Alexandria to the secret repositories of Babylon, became centers for the systematic study of magical principles and their applications. This shift from oral to written tradition fundamentally changed the nature of magical wisdom itself. Written magical texts allowed for precise analysis of magical techniques, comparison of different approaches to similar problems, and the development of comprehensive systems of magical theory. However, the transition also created new challenges, as the experiential dimensions of magical wisdom became more difficult to convey through written words alone. The classical period of magical philosophy brought unprecedented sophistication to the understanding of magical wisdom. Greek magical philosophers developed logical frameworks for analyzing magical phenomena, while their Roman counterparts focused on practical systems for organizing and applying magical knowledge. The synthesis of these approaches created the first truly comprehensive magical curricula, balancing theoretical understanding with practical application. During this classical period, wisdom came to be understood as the proper integration of knowledge, experience, and judgment. Classical magical educators developed elaborate pedagogical methods designed to cultivate not just magical skill, but the wisdom necessary to apply that skill appropriately. They emphasized the study of ethics, logic, and natural philosophy, alongside practical magical training, recognizing that true magical wisdom required broad understanding of the world and its interconnections. The medieval period brought new challenges and opportunities for the development of magical wisdom. The rise of organized religious institutions created tensions between magical and religious authorities, forcing magical practitioners to develop more subtle and sophisticated approaches to their craft. This period saw the emergence of the great magical orders, communities of practitioners dedicated to preserving and advancing magical knowledge while maintaining careful relationships with secular and religious authorities. Medieval magical wisdom emphasized discretion, patience, and careful study. The political realities of the time required magical practitioners to be not just skilled in their craft, but wise in their understanding of human nature and social dynamics. The great medieval magical texts reflect this emphasis, combining advanced magical techniques with sophisticated analysis of the social and political contexts in which magic must be practiced. You can imagine the careful balance required of medieval magical practitioners, who had to navigate complex webs of political allegiance while maintaining their dedication to magical truth. Their wisdom was forged in the crucible of practical necessity, teaching them to be strategic in their choices while remaining true to their magical principles. The Renaissance brought an explosion of new ideas about the nature of magical wisdom. The rediscovery of classical texts, combined with new approaches to natural philosophy and mathematics, led to fundamental reconceptualizations of how magic worked and how it should be studied. Renaissance magical philosophers developed the first truly systematic approaches to experimental magic, treating magical phenomena as subjects for careful investigation rather than mysterious forces to be accepted on faith. This period established the principle that magical wisdom required not just traditional knowledge, but active inquiry and experimentation. Renaissance magical practitioners developed new methods for testing magical theories, comparing different approaches to magical problems, and documenting their results in ways that allowed others to build upon their work. This collaborative approach to magical research accelerated the pace of magical innovation and established new standards for what constituted legitimate magical knowledge. The Enlightenment period brought further refinements to magical wisdom, emphasizing rationality, systematic observation, and critical thinking. Enlightenment magical philosophers developed increasingly sophisticated methods for analyzing magical phenomena, distinguishing between genuine magical effects and mere superstition or wishful thinking. They established rigorous standards for magical research and developed peer review processes that helped ensure the quality and reliability of magical knowledge. However, the Enlightenment emphasis on rationality also created new tensions within magical culture. Some practitioners worried that excessive focus on systematic analysis might diminish the intuitive and experiential dimensions of magical wisdom that had been central to earlier traditions. This led to vigorous debates about the proper balance between rational inquiry and traditional magical knowledge. The industrial age brought unprecedented challenges to traditional concepts of magical wisdom. The rapid pace of technological and social change forced magical practitioners to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the role of magic in human society. Some argued for greater integration between magical and mundane approaches to problem solving, while others advocated for maintaining strict separation between magical and non-magical ways of understanding the world. This period saw the emergence of new fields of magical study, focused on the social and ethical implications of magical practice. Magical wisdom came to encompass not just understanding of magical techniques, but sophisticated analysis of their broader consequences for human society. Practitioners developed new frameworks for assessing the appropriateness of magical interventions and new methods for minimizing unintended consequences of magical actions. The modern era has brought perhaps the greatest challenges yet to traditional concepts of magical wisdom. The globalization of magical culture has created unprecedented opportunities for cross-cultural exchange of magical knowledge, but it has also raised complex questions about cultural appropriation and the preservation of traditional magical practices. Modern magical practitioners must navigate not just the technical challenges of their craft, but the ethical complexities of practicing magic in an interconnected world. Contemporary magical wisdom emphasizes cultural sensitivity, environmental awareness, and social responsibility, alongside traditional concerns with magical effectiveness and safety. Modern practitioners are expected to understand not just how their magic works, but how it affects the broader magical and non-magical communities of which they are part. This expanded understanding of magical responsibility has led to new forms of magical education that integrate traditional magical training with studies in ethics, ecology, and social science. The digital age has created new possibilities for sharing and preserving magical knowledge, but it has also raised new questions about the security and authenticity of magical information. Contemporary magical wisdom must include understanding of how to evaluate the reliability of magical information found through modern communication networks, and how to protect sensitive magical knowledge from misuse or distortion. Perhaps most significantly, modern magical wisdom must grapple with questions about the long-term sustainability of magical practice. As magical communities have grown, and their impact on the world has increased, practitioners have been forced to consider whether traditional approaches to magic remain viable in a world of limited resources and interconnected ecosystems. This has led to new emphasis on magical practices that work in harmony with natural systems, rather than exploiting or depleting them. The evolution of magical wisdom continues today, as each new generation of practitioners faces challenges that previous generations could not have anticipated. The fundamental questions remain constant. How should magical power be used? What responsibilities come with magical knowledge? How can magical wisdom be cultivated and preserved? But the contexts in which these questions must be answered continue to evolve. Contemporary magical educators are developing new approaches to wisdom cultivation that combine traditional methods with insights from modern psychology, neuroscience, and social science. They recognize that magical wisdom is not just a body of knowledge to be transmitted, but a set of capacities to be developed. Critical thinking, ethical reasoning, cultural sensitivity, and emotional intelligence alongside traditional magical skills. The future evolution of magical wisdom will likely be shaped by challenges we can barely imagine today. Climate change, technological advancement, social transformation, and global interconnection will all create new contexts in which magical wisdom must be applied. The practitioners of tomorrow will need wisdom that is both deeply rooted in traditional understanding and flexibly adaptive to unprecedented circumstances. As we reflect on this long journey through the evolution of magical wisdom, we might consider how each era's understanding built upon and transformed the insights of its predecessors. The shamanic emphasis on harmony with natural forces, the classical focus on integrated understanding, the medieval emphasis on discretion and patience, the Renaissance spirit of inquiry, the Enlightenment commitment to rationality, and the modern awareness of social responsibility, all continue to contribute to contemporary magical wisdom. The story of magical wisdom's evolution reminds us that wisdom itself is not a fixed destination, but an ongoing journey of growth and adaptation. Each generation must discover anew what it means to practice magic wisely, building upon the insights of the past, while remaining open to new understanding and new challenges. In our own time, as we face unprecedented global challenges and opportunities, what new dimensions of magical wisdom might we need to develop, and how might the long tradition of magical wisdom evolution guide us in meeting the challenges that lie ahead? Chapter 8. The properties of magical cave crystals. Deep within the Earth's embrace, where darkness has reigned for millennia, and silence holds dominion over vast stone chambers, extraordinary formations of crystal grow in perfect solitude, their faceted surfaces capturing and concentrating magical energies in ways that surface minerals can never achieve. Tonight, we descend into these hidden realms to explore the remarkable properties of magical cave crystals, those mysterious gems that have fascinated and empowered wizards since the earliest days of magical practice. Picture yourself holding a cave crystal for the first time, feeling its surprising warmth despite having been formed in the perpetual coolness of underground chambers. The crystal seems to pulse gently in your palm, its internal structure catching and reflecting even the dimmest light in patterns that seem almost alive. This is no ordinary mineral formation, but a living repository of concentrated magical energy, shaped by forces both geological and mystical over countless centuries. The formation of magical cave crystals begins with ordinary geological processes, mineral-rich water seeping through limestone bedrock, depositing layers of crystalline material in the silent darkness of cave chambers. However, the magical properties that make these crystals extraordinary emerge from their prolonged exposure to the concentrated magical energies that naturally accumulate in underground spaces. Over centuries or even millennia, these crystals slowly absorb and integrate magical force until they become powerful magical instruments in their own right. Unlike surface crystals, which are subject to the chaotic magical influences of weather, celestial bodies, and surface magical activity, cave crystals develop in environments of remarkable magical stability. This stable environment allows them to grow with perfect regularity and internal harmony, creating crystalline matrices that can channel magical energy with unprecedented precision and efficiency. The result is minerals that function not just as passive focuses for magical power, but as active amplifiers and refiners of magical energy. The varieties of magical cave crystals are as diverse as the cave systems in which they form. Clear cave quartz, the most common type, develops in chambers where pure water has deposited silica over thousands of years without interruption. These crystals are prized for their ability to amplify any type of magical energy without distortion, making them invaluable for general magical work. When properly attuned, a single piece of clear cave quartz can increase the effective power of spells by factors that would be impossible to achieve with surface minerals. Imagine the patient work required to harvest these precious formations without damaging their delicate magical properties. Cave crystal miners must approach their work with the reverence of priests and the precision of surgeons, using specialized techniques that preserve the magical integrity of the crystals while extracting them from their rocky matrix. The slightest vibration or temperature change during harvesting can disrupt the magical patterns within the crystal, rendering it no more powerful than ordinary quartz. Amethyst formations in magical caves develop unique properties not found in their surface counterparts. Cave amethyst absorbs and concentrates the spiritual energies that accumulate in underground meditation spaces, making it particularly valuable for divination and mental magic. Wizards who work with cave amethyst report that it enhances their ability to perceive subtle magical auras, sense hidden enchantments, and even glimpse possible futures through scrying techniques. The deep purple color of cave amethyst often appears more intense and uniform than surface varieties, reflecting the stable conditions under which it forms. These crystals seem to glow with their own internal light when used in magical working, and experienced practitioners can often determine the quality and magical potency of cave amethyst simply by observing the intensity of this inner luminescence. Perhaps the most remarkable variety is twilight crystal, a unique formation that occurs only in caves that have been used for magical practice over extended periods. These crystals develop a distinctive gray-blue coloration that seems to shift and change depending on the angle of observation and the magical energies present in their environment. Twilight crystals possess the extraordinary ability to store specific spells within their crystalline structure, releasing the magical energy when activated by the proper triggering conditions. You can almost feel the weight of history in these twilight crystals, each one containing echoes of the magical workings that have been performed in its presence over the centuries. Master crystal workers can sometimes read these magical memories, learning ancient spells and techniques from the crystals themselves. The most accomplished practitioners use twilight crystals as magical libraries, storing their most important spells within the crystal matrix for preservation and later retrieval. Fire crystals represent another extraordinary variety, forming in caves where underground thermal activity creates unique conditions of heat and magical energy. These rare formations appear as clear crystals with intense red cores that seem to contain actual flames frozen in time. Fire crystals possess natural heating properties that make them invaluable for potion making and alchemical work, maintaining precise temperatures without external heat sources, while adding their own subtle magical influences to whatever substances they heat. The harvesting of fire crystals requires exceptional skill and courage, as they often form in caves with dangerous thermal conditions and unpredictable magical instabilities. Crystal miners who specialize in fire crystal extraction are highly respected within the magical community, and their services command premium prices due to the extreme risks involved in their work. Water crystals develop in caves with abundant underground streams and pools, absorbing the life-giving properties of flowing water over centuries of formation. These pale blue crystals seem to contain actual water within their structure, though this internal liquid never freezes or evaporates regardless of external conditions. Water crystals are prized for their healing properties and their ability to purify both magical and mundane substances. Healers who work with water crystals report that they can enhance the effectiveness of healing potions beyond normal limits, while also providing protective energies that help prevent magical infections and other complications of magical healing. The internal water of these crystals is said to be the purest substance known to magical science, capable of neutralizing even the most virulent magical poisons. The earth crystals that form in caves rich with mineral deposits take on the deep green and brown colorations of the stone around them. These crystals develop powerful connections to the earth element, making them invaluable for magic related to plants, soil, and the natural world. Gardeners and herbologists prize earth crystals for their ability to enhance plant growth and improve soil fertility, while also providing protection against plant diseases and pests. Working with earth crystals requires understanding of their deep connection to natural cycles and seasonal energies. These crystals are most powerful during certain times of year and under specific astronomical conditions, and skilled practitioners learn to time their work to take advantage of these natural rhythms. Air crystals form in caves with unusual air circulation patterns, often in chambers connected to the surface through hidden passages that create unique atmospheric conditions. These nearly transparent crystals seem to contain moving air within their structure, creating subtle visual effects that make them appear to breathe. Air crystals are essential tools for weather magic and any magical work involving atmospheric conditions. The rarest variety of cave crystal is the legendary void crystal, which forms only in the deepest caves under conditions of absolute magical isolation. These black crystals seem to absorb light rather than reflecting it, creating zones of darkness that can be unsettling to those unaccustomed to their properties. Void crystals possess the unique ability to nullify magical energies, making them invaluable for magical research and for protection against unwanted magical influences. Working with void crystals requires exceptional care and expertise, as their magical properties can interfere with other magical tools and even affect the magical abilities of nearby wizards. However, for practitioners who master their use, void crystals provide unparalleled opportunities for studying magical phenomena in isolated conditions and for creating zones of magical safety in dangerous magical environments. The preparation and activation of cave crystals involves complex processes that vary according to the type of crystal and its intended use. Unlike surface crystals, which can often be used immediately after cleaning and basic preparation, cave crystals must be gradually acclimated to surface conditions before they can reach their full magical potential. This acclimatization process can take weeks or even months, during which the crystal must be carefully monitored and adjusted to prevent magical shock that could damage its properties. Experienced crystal workers develop personal relationships with their cave crystals, learning to sense the subtle changes in magical energy that indicate when a crystal is ready for use. This requires not just technical knowledge but intuitive sensitivity to the magical rhythms of the crystals themselves. The integration of cave crystals into magical tools and instruments requires specialized techniques that preserve the crystal's natural properties while adapting them for specific magical purposes. Wand makers prize cave crystals for their cores, though the process of incorporating them into wands requires skills that few craftsmen possess. The resulting wands are typically more powerful, but also more selective than those made with surface materials, often bonding permanently with their first owner. The use of cave crystals in magical architecture has created some of the most impressive and effective magical buildings ever constructed. The great magical libraries and research institutions often incorporate cave crystals into their structural elements, creating buildings that actively enhance the magical work conducted within them. These crystal-enhanced structures can maintain stable magical environments, amplify research magic, and even provide protective barriers against magical attack. Modern magical research has revealed new applications for cave crystals that were unknown to earlier practitioners. Contemporary crystal workers have developed methods for programming cave crystals with specific magical functions, creating tools that can automatically perform routine magical tasks or serve as magical sensors for detecting various types of magical activity. The ethical considerations surrounding cave crystal harvesting have become increasingly important as demand for these rare materials has grown. Responsible crystal miners now work to minimize their impact on cave ecosystems, taking only what they need and ensuring that their harvesting practices do not damage the delicate conditions necessary for crystal formation. Conservation efforts have also led to the establishment of crystal reserves in certain cave systems, where crystal formation is protected and studied rather than harvested. These protected sites serve as laboratories for understanding crystal formation processes and as seed sources for cultivating new crystal growth in appropriate conditions. As our exploration of magical cave crystals draws to a close, we might reflect on the patient processes that create these remarkable magical tools. Formed in darkness over centuries, shaped by the subtle interplay of geological and magical forces, these crystals represent the power of gradual accumulation and quiet growth. In a world often focused on immediate results and rapid change, cave crystals remind us that the most powerful magical tools are often those that develop slowly, shaped by consistent conditions over long periods of time. What insights might we gain by applying this patience and consistency to our own magical development and personal growth? Chapter 9. The traditional wizarding wisdom rituals. In the sacred chambers where generations of wizards have gathered to mark the most profound moments of magical understanding, where ancient stones have witnessed countless ceremonies of enlightenment and transformation, we discover the rich tradition of wizarding wisdom rituals, elaborate ceremonies designed not merely to celebrate knowledge, but to actively cultivate the deeper understanding that transforms mere information into true wisdom. Tonight, we explore these time-honored practices that have guided magical practitioners through the crucial transitions of their intellectual and spiritual development. Picture yourself standing at the threshold of a candlelit chamber, deep within an ancient magical institution, where the air itself seems thick with centuries of accumulated reverence and contemplation. Before you stretches a circular space marked by symbols whose meanings have been preserved through countless generations of ritual practice. This is where young wizards become scholars, where scholars become sages, and where the accumulated wisdom of the magical world is both honored and transmitted to those ready to receive it. The origins of wizarding wisdom rituals can be traced back to the earliest magical communities, where the distinction between those who merely knew spells and those who truly understood magic was recognized as fundamental to the safety and prosperity of magical society. These early practitioners understood that magical knowledge without wisdom was not just incomplete but potentially dangerous, and they developed elaborate ceremonial practices designed to ensure that magical power was always accompanied by the judgment necessary to use it responsibly. The most fundamental of these ceremonies is the ritual of first understanding, traditionally performed when a young wizard demonstrates mastery not just of basic magical techniques, but of the principles underlying them. This ceremony marks the transition from student to practitioner, from one who follows instructions to one who can make independent magical decisions based on understanding rather than mere memorization. Imagine the solemnity of this ritual as the candidate stands before assembled masters, surrounded by the tools and symbols of their craft. The ceremony begins with the recitation of principles, where the candidate must demonstrate not just knowledge of magical laws, but understanding of their deeper significance. They must explain not only how certain spells work, but why they work, not only what magical principles govern their effects, but how these principles relate to the broader patterns of magical reality. The ritual of first understanding requires the candidate to perform what is known as the demonstration of integration, a magical working that combines multiple spells and techniques in a way that reveals deep understanding of their interconnections. This is not a test of power but of wisdom, requiring candidates to show that they can see beyond individual magical effects to the underlying unity of magical practice. You can almost feel the weight of responsibility settling upon the candidates as they realize that they are no longer simply learning magic, but taking responsibility for its wise application. The ritual concludes with the binding of wisdom, where candidates make formal vows to use their magical knowledge in service of the greater good, and to continue their pursuit of deeper understanding throughout their magical careers. The ceremony of deepening insight represents the next major transition in a wizard's intellectual development, traditionally performed when practitioners have demonstrated the capacity to contribute original insights to magical knowledge. This elaborate ritual recognizes not just advanced skill, but the development of creative understanding that can extend the boundaries of magical knowledge itself. The preparation for this ceremony can take months or even years, as candidates must demonstrate their insights through original magical research, innovative spell development, or significant contributions to magical theory. The ceremony itself takes place during the full moon, when the conditions are optimal for the deep magical workings that accompany the ritual. The candidate enters the ceremonial chamber, carrying the fruits of their research, new spells they have developed, theoretical insights they have gained, or practical innovations they have created. The assembled masters examine these contributions not just for their technical merit, but for the depth of understanding they reveal. The questioning can be intense, as masters probe not only what the candidate has discovered, but how they discovered it, and what implications their insights might have for broader magical practice. The climax of the ceremony involves the ritual of shared understanding, where the candidate must teach something genuinely new to the assembled masters. This requirement ensures that the ceremony recognizes not just personal achievement, but the candidate's ability to contribute to the collective wisdom of the magical community. The teaching must be presented in a way that allows others to understand and build upon the candidate's insights, demonstrating mastery of the art of transmitting wisdom as well as acquiring it. The ritual of profound contemplation marks an even deeper level of wisdom development, traditionally reserved for those who have spent decades in serious magical study and have demonstrated the capacity for insights that transcend individual magical disciplines. This ceremony recognizes wizards who have achieved what the tradition calls integrated understanding, the ability to see connections and patterns that span the entire spectrum of magical knowledge. Candidates for this ritual must demonstrate their understanding through what is known as the Great Working, a magical project that integrates insights from multiple areas of magical study to create something entirely new and significant. This might be a comprehensive theoretical framework that explains previously mysterious magical phenomena, a practical innovation that revolutionizes magical practice, or a work of magical scholarship that preserves and organizes important magical knowledge for future generations. The ceremony itself takes place over 3 days and nights, during which the candidate must maintain continuous magical focus while presenting their great working to assembled masters from various magical disciplines. The candidate must demonstrate not only the validity of their insights, but their implications for future magical development and their potential contributions to the welfare of magical society. Consider the profound mental and spiritual preparation required for such an ordeal, where candidates must maintain clarity of thought and purpose, while under intense scrutiny from the most accomplished magical minds of their era. The ritual tests not just intellectual capacity, but emotional stability, spiritual depth, and the kind of integrated wisdom that comes only from years of dedicated study and practice. Regional variations in wisdom rituals reflect the diverse magical traditions found throughout the wizarding world. Northern European magical communities often incorporate elements of runic magic into their wisdom ceremonies, requiring candidates to demonstrate understanding of the deep symbolic meanings encoded in ancient runic systems. These rituals emphasize the connection between magical practice and cosmic order, requiring candidates to show understanding of how their magical work fits into the larger patterns of universal harmony. Mediterranean magical traditions incorporate elements of classical philosophy into their wisdom rituals, requiring candidates to demonstrate not just magical understanding but philosophical sophistication. These ceremonies often include formal debates where candidates must defend their magical insights against challenging questions from masters trained in both magical and philosophical traditions. Eastern magical communities have developed wisdom rituals that emphasize the spiritual dimensions of magical practice, requiring candidates to demonstrate not just intellectual understanding but spiritual development. These ceremonies often include meditation components, where candidates must maintain perfect magical focus while in deep contemplative states, showing that their wisdom extends beyond intellectual knowledge to encompass spiritual insight. The tools and symbols used in wisdom rituals carry deep significance that has been preserved through centuries of tradition. The wisdom staff, carved from wood taken from trees that have witnessed centuries of magical practice, serves as both a symbol of authority and a magical focus for the ritual energies. The crystal of clarity, typically a perfect sphere of clear quartz that has been used in countless wisdom ceremonies, helps focus the mental energies of both candidates and masters during the ritual. The circle of understanding, marked out with symbols representing the major branches of magical knowledge, creates a sacred space where the normal rules of magical practice are temporarily suspended to allow for the deep magical workings that accompany wisdom recognition. Within this circle, candidates can safely attempt magical workings that would be too dangerous or unstable under normal conditions. The role of witnesses in wisdom rituals extends beyond mere observation to active participation in the magical workings that accompany the ceremonies. Assembled masters do not simply evaluate candidates, but contribute their own magical energies to create the conditions necessary for deep wisdom recognition. This collaborative aspect of the rituals reflects the understanding that wisdom is not just an individual achievement, but a community accomplishment. The magical effects that accompany successful wisdom rituals are often profound and lasting. Candidates frequently report experiencing expanded awareness, that persists long after the ceremony concludes, as if the ritual has permanently enhanced their capacity for magical understanding. Some describe sensing connections between different areas of magical knowledge that were previously invisible to them, while others report enhanced intuitive understanding of magical principles and their applications. Modern adaptations of traditional wisdom rituals have attempted to preserve their essential character while adapting to contemporary conditions. Some magical institutions have developed abbreviated versions of traditional ceremonies that maintain their spiritual and intellectual significance while accommodating the practical constraints of modern magical education. Others have created new ritual forms that incorporate insights from contemporary magical research while honoring the wisdom of traditional practices. The psychological and spiritual preparation required for wisdom rituals has become a field of study in its own right, with specialized counselors and mentors helping candidates prepare for the intense experiences that accompany these ceremonies. This preparation often involves months of meditation, study, and spiritual discipline, designed to develop the mental clarity and emotional stability necessary for successful ritual participation. The long-term effects of wisdom ritual participation extend far beyond the immediate recognition of achievement. Many participants report that the experience of undergoing these ceremonies fundamentally changes their relationship to magical knowledge and their understanding of their role within the broader magical community. The rituals serve not just to recognize existing wisdom, but to catalyze further development, creating conditions for continued growth and insight. The preservation of wisdom ritual traditions has become an important concern for contemporary magical educators, who recognize that these ceremonies embody irreplaceable knowledge about the nature of magical wisdom and its cultivation. Efforts to document and preserve traditional ritual practices have revealed the extraordinary sophistication of these ceremonies and their importance to the overall health of magical culture. As we conclude our exploration of traditional wizarding wisdom rituals, we might reflect on the profound understanding of human development and learning that these ceremonies embody. They recognize that true wisdom cannot be simply transmitted from teacher to student, but must be actively cultivated through experience, reflection, and community recognition. In our own pursuit of understanding, whether magical or mundane, what rituals or practices might help us mark and celebrate the moments when mere information transforms into genuine wisdom, and how might we create communities that support and recognize the deep learning that leads to true understanding? Chapter 10. The Magical Theory of Wise Magic. Within the hallowed halls of magical academia, where theoretical frameworks meet practical application and abstract principles guide tangible spells, lies one of the most profound areas of magical study. The comprehensive theory that explains how wisdom itself becomes a magical force, transforming ordinary spellcasting into something far more powerful and nuanced. Tonight we delve into the sophisticated theoretical foundations that underpin wise magic, exploring how centuries of observation and analysis have revealed the deep connections between consciousness, understanding, and magical effectiveness. Imagine yourself seated in a quiet corner of an ancient magical library, surrounded by volumes whose pages crackle with age, but whose ideas remain as vital as ever. Before you lies an open tome filled with diagrams that seem to shift and change as you study them, illustrating concepts so fundamental to magical practice that they influence every spell cast, every potion brewed, every charm woven by practitioners who understand their implications. This is the realm of wise magic theory, where abstract understanding becomes practical power. The foundational principle of wise magic theory rests on what scholars call the consciousness-magic interface, the recognition that magical effectiveness is not determined solely by technical skill or raw power, but by the quality of consciousness that the practitioner brings to their magical work. This principle suggests that magic responds not just to properly executed techniques, but to the depth of understanding, clarity of intention, and wisdom of purpose that inform those techniques. Consider how this principle revolutionizes our understanding of why some wizards achieve extraordinary results with seemingly simple spells, while others struggle to produce basic effects. despite mastering complex techniques. The theory of wise magic explains these disparities by examining how different states of consciousness interact with magical forces, revealing that awareness itself becomes a component of magical working, as important as wand movement or incantation. The resonance theory of magical consciousness provides the theoretical framework for understanding how wise magic operates. According to this theory, magical forces exist in a state of constant vibration, creating patterns of energy that can be influenced by consciousness frequencies that match or harmonize with them. When a practitioner approaches magic with wisdom, understanding not just how to cast a spell but why it works and what its effects will be, their consciousness naturally attunes to the deeper resonance patterns of magical force. You can almost sense this resonance as a subtle harmony between your inner awareness and the magical energies around you, like the moment when a musician finds the perfect pitch that makes all other instruments sound clearer and more beautiful. Wise magic theory suggests that practitioners who develop this resonance can achieve magical effects that seem to transcend the normal limitations of their technical abilities, not through greater power, but through more perfect alignment with magical principles. The intentionality framework represents another crucial component of wise magic theory, exploring how the quality of magical intention affects the outcome of magical working. Traditional magical theory focuses primarily on the clarity and specificity of intention, knowing exactly what you want your magic to accomplish. Wise magic theory extends this concept to include what scholars call intentional wisdom, understanding not just what you want to accomplish, but whether that goal serves the greater good and aligns with natural magical principles. This expanded understanding of intention helps explain phenomena that have puzzled magical theorists for centuries. Why do some spells cast with selfish or harmful intent seem to require more energy and produce less stable results than those cast with altruistic motives? Why do healers who genuinely care about their patients often achieve better results than those who are merely technically competent? Wise magic theory suggests that magical forces themselves respond more readily to intentions that align with what we might call the inherent wisdom of the magical universe. The systemic understanding principle addresses how wise magic differs from conventional spellcasting in its approach to magical problems. While traditional magic often focuses on achieving specific isolated effects, wise magic emphasizes understanding and working with the broader systems of which any particular magical problem is a part. A wise magical healer, for example, does not just treat symptoms but considers the complete magical, physical, and emotional systems that contribute to illness, crafting interventions that address root causes rather than surface manifestations. This systemic approach requires practitioners to develop what theorists call magical systems thinking, the ability to perceive the complex networks of cause and effect that connect seemingly unrelated magical phenomena. Practitioners who master this approach often find that their magic produces fewer unintended consequences and more stable, long-lasting effects, as they work with natural magical patterns rather than against them. Imagine the profound shift in perspective that occurs when a practitioner begins to see individual spells not as isolated magical events, but as contributions to larger patterns of magical activity that extend across time and space. This expanded awareness fundamentally changes how magic is approached, moving from a focus on achieving immediate effects to a concern with contributing positively to the ongoing evolution of magical reality. The adaptive magic theory explores how wisdom enables magical practitioners to modify their approaches based on changing circumstances and deeper understanding. Unlike rigid magical systems that prescribe specific techniques for specific problems, wise magic emphasizes flexibility and responsiveness to the unique conditions present in each magical situation. This requires practitioners to develop what theorists call magical improvisation skills, the ability to adapt established techniques or create entirely new approaches based on deep understanding of magical principles. This adaptability is not random experimentation, but disciplined creativity, informed by comprehensive understanding of how magic works. Wise practitioners learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when standard approaches may not be appropriate and develop the confidence to trust their understanding enough to modify traditional techniques when circumstances warrant it. The temporal integration model addresses one of the most sophisticated aspects of wise magic theory, how wisdom enables practitioners to work more effectively with the temporal dimensions of magical practice. While basic magic focuses on immediate effects, wise magic considers the extended temporal implications of magical actions, taking into account how current magical choices will influence future possibilities and how past magical activities continue to affect present conditions. This temporal awareness requires practitioners to develop what scholars call magical foresight, not the ability to predict the future with certainty, but the wisdom to anticipate the likely consequences of magical actions and to make choices that support positive long-term outcomes. Practitioners who master this aspect of wise magic often find that their magical work becomes increasingly effective over time, as their current actions build upon and amplify the positive effects of their previous magical choices. You can sense the patient wisdom required to approach magic from this extended temporal perspective, prioritizing lasting beneficial effects over immediate dramatic results. This approach often requires practitioners to choose more subtle magical interventions that work gradually but create stable, permanent improvements, rather than spectacular but temporary changes. The collaborative magic framework explores how wisdom enhances the effectiveness of magical work performed by groups of practitioners. Traditional magical theory often treats magical collaboration as simply a matter of combining individual magical powers, but wise magic theory reveals that true collaborative magic requires a deeper integration of consciousness and purpose among participants. Wise collaborative magic involves what theorists call consciousness harmonization, the alignment of not just magical techniques but understanding, intention, and awareness among all participants. When practitioners achieve this harmonization, the resulting magical effects often exceed what would be possible through simple addition of individual magical contributions, creating what scholars term emergent magical properties that arise from the wisdom-guided integration of multiple magical consciousnesses. The environmental attunement theory addresses how wise magic practitioners develop enhanced sensitivity to the magical properties of their environment and learn to work more effectively with ambient magical energies. This theory suggests that wisdom enables practitioners to perceive and work with the natural magical currents that flow through all environments, allowing them to accomplish more with less effort by aligning their magical work with existing magical patterns. This environmental sensitivity requires practitioners to develop what theorists call magical ecological awareness, understanding of how their magical actions affect and are affected by the broader magical ecosystem of which they are part. Practitioners who master this aspect of wise magic often find that their magical work becomes more effortless and effective, as they learn to work with rather than against the natural magical forces present in their environment. The ethical integration model explores how moral and ethical considerations become integral components of wise magical practice, rather than external constraints. According to this theory, ethical awareness enhances rather than limits magical effectiveness, as practitioners who consider the moral implications of their magical choices naturally align themselves with deeper patterns of magical harmony that support more powerful and stable magical effects. This integration of ethics and magical practice requires practitioners to develop what scholars call moral magical sensitivity, the ability to perceive the ethical dimensions of magical choices and to make decisions that support both immediate magical goals and broader moral goods. Practitioners who achieve this integration often report that their magic becomes more intuitive and effective, as ethical alignment removes internal conflicts that can interfere with magical focus and intention. The personal development correlation addresses how wise magic theory explains the observed relationship between practitioners' personal growth and their magical effectiveness. The theory suggests that magic responds not just to technical training, but to the overall development of the practitioner's consciousness, character, and understanding. practitioners who engage in comprehensive personal development, cultivating wisdom, compassion, emotional maturity, and spiritual depth, often find that their magical abilities expand in ways that cannot be explained by technical training alone. This correlation suggests that wise magic practice is inherently transformative, requiring and supporting the ongoing development of practitioners as complete human beings, rather than just technical specialists. The theory implies that the most effective magical training programs should integrate personal development work with technical magical instruction, recognizing that magical ability and personal wisdom develop together in mutually reinforcing ways. Modern applications of wise magic theory have led to significant innovations in magical education, therapy, and research. Educational programs based on wise magic principles emphasize understanding over memorization, wisdom development over power accumulation, and ethical integration over technical specialization. These programs often produce graduates who are more effective magical practitioners, despite sometimes having less extensive technical training than those from traditional programs. Therapeutic applications of wise magic theory have revolutionized magical healing practices, leading to treatments that address the complete person rather than just specific symptoms or conditions. Research applications have led to new methods for magical investigation that consider the consciousness and intentions of researchers as variables that affect experimental outcomes, leading to more accurate and meaningful results. As our exploration of wise magic theory draws to a close, we might reflect on how these theoretical frameworks illuminate not just magical practice but the broader relationship between consciousness, understanding, and effectiveness in any field of endeavor. The principles that govern wise magic, the importance of understanding over mere technique, the power of aligned intention, the value of systemic thinking, apply equally to non-magical pursuits that require skill, judgment, and wisdom. In our own development, whether magical or mundane, what insights might we gain from treating wisdom not as a luxury add-on to technical competence, but as a fundamental component that transforms the very nature and effectiveness of our work? Chapter 11. The Ancient Magic of Slovenian Wizards. In a land where emerald valleys nestle between snow-capped peaks and underground rivers carve cathedral-like chambers through limestone hearts of mountains, there flourished a magical tradition so deeply rooted in the living stone that its practitioners became known throughout Europe as the masters of earth magic. Tonight, we journey to the ancient realm of Slovenia, where wizard geologists developed magical practices that worked in perfect harmony with the spectacular karst landscape, creating a unique form of magic that drew power from the very bones of the earth itself. Picture yourself standing at the entrance to Shakojan Caves, where the Reka River disappears into the depths of the earth, through an opening so magnificent that even Muggle visitors sense something supernatural about the place. But if you possessed the magical sight to perceive what lies beyond the reach of ordinary vision, you would see something even more extraordinary. The remnants of one of Europe's most sophisticated underground magical civilizations, carved directly into the living rock by wizards who understood the secret language of stone and water. The origins of Slovenian earth magic can be traced back over 2,000 years, to the time when Celtic druids first encountered the extraordinary geological formations that characterized this region. These early magical practitioners recognized that the extensive cave systems of Slovenia were not merely geological curiosities, but natural magical amplifiers of unprecedented power and complexity. The unique properties of karst limestone, its ability to channel water, its resonant acoustic qualities, and its capacity to preserve magical energies over vast periods of time, created conditions ideal for developing advanced magical practices. Unlike the forest-based magic of their Celtic neighbors or the river magic of Germanic tribes, Slovenian wizards developed what scholars now call lithomancy, the art of working magic through direct communion with stone. They discovered that limestone, shaped by millions of years of flowing water, possessed a form of geological memory that could store and replay magical patterns with extraordinary fidelity. By learning to read and write upon this stone memory, Slovenian wizards could create magical effects that persisted for centuries without renewal. Imagine the patience required to master such an art, where a single spell might take years to properly inscribe in stone, but once completed, would continue to function for generations. Slovenian magical practitioners developed an entirely different relationship with time than their contemporaries, thinking in terms of decades and centuries rather than moments and hours. Their magic was not about immediate dramatic effects, but about creating lasting changes that would unfold gradually over extended periods. The great Slovenian wizard, Kamen Mudriac, whose name literally means stone sage, established the first systematic school of lithomantic magic in the caves beneath what is now Ljubljana, sometime in the 3rd century. His revolutionary insight was that different types of stone possessed different magical properties that could be combined and orchestrated, like instruments in a vast underground symphony. Limestone provided the foundational harmonies, while deposits of quartz added clarity and amplification. Veins of iron ore contributed grounding and stability, and rare crystal formations served as the delicate high notes that gave Slovenian magic its distinctive character. You can almost hear the subtle music that results from properly orchestrated stone magic, not audible sound, but a deep resonance that seems to vibrate through your very bones, connecting you to the slow, patient rhythms of geological time. Slovenian wizards learned to attune themselves to these deep earth harmonies, developing magical practices that worked by joining with natural stone processes rather than imposing external magical force upon them. The architectural achievements of ancient Slovenian wizards represent some of the most impressive magical construction ever accomplished. Working entirely within existing cave systems, they carved elaborate underground cities that seemed to grow organically from the living rock. These spaces were not merely functional but aesthetically magnificent, with soaring chambers decorated by natural flowstone formations that had been magically guided and shaped over centuries of patient work. The magical properties of these underground spaces were extraordinary. The Great Hall of Postojna, hidden deep within the famous cave system, could accommodate over 1,000 wizards for magical gatherings, with acoustics so perfect that a whispered incantation at one end of the chamber could be heard clearly at the other. The magical energies within the hall were so concentrated and stable that spells cast there retained their effectiveness far longer than normal, making the space ideal for advanced magical research and education. Slovenian magical architecture also included innovative approaches to transportation within the extensive cave systems. They developed networks of magically enhanced underground waterways that could carry wizards rapidly between different parts of their subterranean realm. These magical rivers responded to the intentions of authorized travelers, flowing faster or slower as needed, and even flowing uphill when necessary to reach elevated chambers. The unique magical practices developed by Slovenian wizards reflected their deep understanding of geological processes and their patient approach to magical working. Stone singing, one of their most distinctive arts, involved using carefully modulated vocal techniques to resonate with specific types of rock, causing them to reshape themselves slowly over time. Master stone singers could carve elaborate chambers and passages using nothing but their voices, working for years to complete a single project, but creating results of extraordinary beauty and functionality. Water divining represented another crucial aspect of Slovenian magic, as practitioners learned to trace and influence the complex underground water systems that characterized karst geology. Slovenian water diviners could locate underground streams from miles away, predict the behavior of underground rivers during different seasons, and even influence the flow of water through cave systems to create optimal conditions for magical working. Consider the profound environmental sensitivity required for such magic, as practitioners had to understand not just the immediate conditions of their magical working, but the complex interactions between water, stone, and magical energy that occurred over periods measured in decades or centuries. This long-term perspective fundamentally shaped Slovenian magical culture, emphasizing sustainability, patience, and harmony with natural processes. The healing traditions of Slovenian wizards were renowned throughout medieval Europe for their effectiveness and their gentle, non-invasive approaches. Slovenian healers developed techniques that worked by aligning patients' natural healing processes with the stable, enduring energies of stone and earth. Rather than imposing dramatic magical changes upon the body, they created conditions where natural healing could proceed more effectively and completely. Slovenian healing caves became pilgrimage destinations for wizards, suffering from chronic conditions that had proven resistant to conventional magical treatment. The combination of mineral-rich air, stable magical fields, and the deep peace that characterized these underground spaces created ideal conditions for profound healing that addressed not just physical symptoms, but the underlying energetic imbalances that often caused illness. The magical education system developed by Slovenian wizards was as unique as their other practices, emphasizing patience, observation, and deep attunement to natural processes. Students began their training by spending years simply listening to stone, learning to perceive the subtle vibrations and energy patterns that characterize different types of rock and different geological formations. Only after mastering this fundamental sensitivity were they allowed to begin active magical practice. Slovenian magical education also included extensive training in what they called geological time consciousness, the ability to perceive and think in terms of the vast timescales on which geological processes operate. This training fundamentally altered students' relationship with time itself, teaching them to find patience and persistence that allowed them to undertake magical projects that might take decades to complete. The agricultural magic developed by Slovenian wizards took advantage of the region's unique soil conditions and underground water systems to create some of the most productive magical farming techniques ever developed. They learned to work with the natural mineral content of soil derived from limestone bedrock, creating growing conditions that enhanced both the nutritional and magical properties of crops. Slovenian agricultural wizards also developed techniques for working with underground water to create irrigation systems that could function automatically for centuries without maintenance. These systems used networks of natural caves and artificial channels to distribute water precisely where and when it was needed, creating agricultural productivity that seemed miraculous to outside observers. The diplomatic traditions of Slovenian wizards reflected their patient, long-term approach to magical practice. Rather than seeking immediate resolution of conflicts, Slovenian magical diplomats worked to create conditions where lasting peace could develop naturally over time. They became renowned throughout Europe for their ability to mediate disputes between other magical communities, using their deep understanding of patience and natural process to help opposing parties find common ground. Slovenian diplomatic magic included techniques for creating what they called peace stones, magical artifacts that could influence the emotional atmosphere of negotiations, encouraging patience, understanding, and goodwill among participants. These stones were often given as gifts to other magical communities, where they continued to promote harmony and cooperation for generations. The decline of Slovenian magical civilization began during the political upheavals of the late medieval period, when changing political boundaries and religious conflicts disrupted the stable conditions that had allowed their patient magical practices to flourish. However, the knowledge and techniques they had developed were preserved by small communities of practitioners who continued to work in hidden cave systems throughout the region. Modern rediscovery of Slovenian magical techniques has revealed their continued relevance for contemporary magical practice. The principles they developed for working with natural systems, their emphasis on sustainability and long-term thinking, and their sophisticated understanding of the relationship between consciousness and geological processes offer valuable insights for modern magical practitioners dealing with environmental challenges and the need for more sustainable approaches to magic. Archaeological magical research in Slovenian cave systems continues to reveal new aspects of this ancient magical civilization. Recent discoveries have included elaborate magical inscriptions carved directly into cave walls, magical artifacts that continue to function after centuries of abandonment, and evidence of magical practices that integrated seamlessly with the natural cave ecosystems in ways that modern magical practitioners are still trying to understand. The environmental consciousness that characterized ancient Slovenian magic has become increasingly relevant as contemporary magical communities grapple with questions about the ecological impact of magical practice. Slovenian techniques for creating magical effects that enhance rather than disrupt natural systems provide models for developing more sustainable approaches to contemporary magical challenges. As our exploration of ancient Slovenian magic draws to a close, we might reflect on the profound wisdom embedded in their patient, stone-deep approach to magical practice. In a world often focused on immediate results and dramatic effects, the Slovenian tradition reminds us that the most profound and lasting magic often works through gradual alignment with natural processes rather than dramatic intervention. Their understanding that true magical mastery requires not just technical skill but deep attunement to the natural world, patience to work on the timescales that natural processes require, and wisdom to create magical effects that enhance rather than exploit natural systems, offers insights that extend far beyond magical practice itself. What aspects of our own work and relationships might benefit from the kind of patient, long-term thinking that characterized Slovenian earth magic, and how might we develop the deep listening skills that allowed these ancient practitioners to hear the subtle voice of stone and water? Chapter 12. The Historical Development of Magical Counsel. As our journey through the magical significance of cave wisdom draws to its gentle conclusion, we arrive at perhaps the most profound legacy of underground magical communities: the development of sophisticated systems for providing guidance, making collective decisions, and preserving the accumulated wisdom of generations. Tonight, we explore how the unique environment of cave-dwelling magical societies fostered the evolution of counseling traditions that would influence magical governance and personal guidance throughout the wizarding world for centuries to come. Picture yourself in the deepest chamber of an ancient magical cave system, where a circle of worn stone seats surrounds a natural pool, whose still waters reflect the soft glow of floating lights above. This is a council chamber, where for over 1,000 years, the wisest members of underground magical communities have gathered to deliberate on matters of importance, offer guidance to those in need, and preserve the collective wisdom that ensures the survival and prosperity of their people. The origins of formal magical council can be traced to the earliest cave-dwelling magical communities, where the challenges of underground life created unique needs for collective decision-making and mutual support. Unlike surface magical communities, where individuals or families might live in relative isolation, cave communities required constant cooperation and coordination to maintain the delicate balance of life in underground environments. This necessity fostered the development of sophisticated systems for group consultation and shared wisdom. The physical environment of caves contributed significantly to the development of effective counseling practices. The natural acoustics of stone chambers created ideal conditions for speaking and listening, while the removal from external distractions allowed for deep focus on the matters at hand. The circular or oval shapes of many natural cave chambers naturally suggested seating arrangements that promoted equality and shared participation, while the constant, moderate temperatures created comfortable conditions for extended deliberation. Imagine the profound sense of continuity that developed in these spaces, where the same stone walls witnessed centuries of important decisions and wise counsel. The very rocks seemed to absorb the accumulated wisdom of generations, creating an atmosphere that encouraged careful thought and respectful discourse. Participants in cave councils often reported feeling connected not just to their contemporary colleagues, but to all the previous generations of counselors who had deliberated in the same sacred spaces. The earliest forms of magical counsel were primarily practical, focusing on the immediate needs of cave communities: resource allocation, work assignments, conflict resolution, and planning for seasonal changes. However, as these communities matured and their magical practices became more sophisticated, the scope of counsel expanded to include philosophical questions, ethical dilemmas, and the preservation of magical knowledge for future generations. The role of the council elder emerged as communities recognized the need for experienced guides who could facilitate discussions, preserve institutional memory, and ensure that important decisions received proper consideration. These elders were not rulers in the conventional sense, but wisdom keepers whose authority derived from their deep understanding of community traditions and their skill in helping others reach sound decisions. You can almost sense the weight of responsibility carried by these elders, who served not as decision-makers, but as facilitators of collective wisdom. They developed sophisticated techniques for encouraging participation from all community members, while maintaining focus on the issues at hand. Their methods included ritual processes for opening and closing council sessions, structured approaches to hearing different perspectives, and traditional formulas for reaching consensus even on contentious matters. The development of rotational council represented a significant innovation in magical governance, recognizing that different types of decisions required different types of expertise and perspective. Rather than having a single council handle all matters, cave communities developed specialized councils for different areas of concern: magical research, resource management, education, external relations, and spiritual matters, with membership rotating to ensure broad participation and prevent the concentration of power in any single group. This system required the development of sophisticated procedures for coordinating between different councils and ensuring that decisions made by one group did not inadvertently conflict with those made by others. Cave communities developed elaborate communication protocols, record-keeping systems, and review processes that allowed for complex coordination while maintaining the advantages of specialized expertise. The tradition of wisdom circles evolved to address individual needs for guidance and support within the broader framework of community council. These smaller gatherings, typically consisting of 5 to 7 experienced community members, provided a forum where individuals could seek advice on personal matters, resolve interpersonal conflicts, and receive guidance on significant life decisions. Wisdom circles operated according to principles that emphasized confidentiality, non-judgmental listening, and collaborative problem-solving. Participants were trained in specific techniques for active listening, empathetic response, and the art of asking questions that helped individuals discover their own solutions, rather than simply receiving advice from others. The circle format ensured that advice came from multiple perspectives, while maintaining the intimacy necessary for discussing personal matters. Consider the profound impact of having access to such systematic personal guidance, where community members could regularly consult with wise, experienced counselors who understood both individual psychology and the broader context of community life. This support system contributed significantly to the emotional stability and personal development that characterized successful cave communities. The preservation of council decisions and the reasoning behind them became crucial as cave communities developed more complex governance systems. Early communities relied on oral tradition and the memories of elders, but as decisions became more complex and their long-term implications more significant, written records became essential. Cave communities developed sophisticated archival systems that preserved not just the outcomes of counseling sessions, but the deliberative processes that led to those outcomes. These archives served multiple purposes beyond simple record keeping. They became repositories of practical wisdom that could guide future decisions, educational resources for training new counselors, and historical records that helped communities understand how their governance traditions had evolved over time. The most comprehensive archives included detailed case studies of particularly challenging decisions, preserving the full context and reasoning that could inform similar situations in the future. The integration of magical practices into counseling traditions created unique opportunities for enhanced decision-making and deeper insight. Cave counselors developed techniques for using scrying magic to explore the potential consequences of different decisions, divination practices to gain insight into complex situations, and empathy enhancement charms that allowed counselors to better understand the perspectives and feelings of those seeking guidance. However, The use of magic in counseling also required careful ethical consideration and strict protocols to prevent abuse. Cave communities developed elaborate codes of conduct for magical counselors, including restrictions on the types of magic that could be used, requirements for obtaining consent before using magical enhancement, and procedures for ensuring that magical insights were properly integrated with mundane wisdom and practical consideration. The development of inter-community council represented one of the most sophisticated achievements in magical governance, as different cave communities recognized the need for coordination and cooperation on matters that affected multiple groups. These broader councils required even more complex procedures and protocols, as they brought together representatives from communities with different traditions, different magical practices, and sometimes different fundamental values. Inter-community council sessions often lasted for weeks, as representatives worked through not just the immediate issues at hand, but the cultural and procedural differences that could complicate decision-making. These gatherings became opportunities for sharing innovations in governance, exchanging magical knowledge, and developing the diplomatic skills necessary for maintaining peaceful relations between different magical communities. Imagine the complexity of managing such gatherings, where dozens of skilled counselors from different backgrounds had to find common ground on issues that might affect thousands of magical practitioners. The protocols developed for inter-community council included elaborate procedures for translation, both linguistic and cultural, methods for managing conflicts between different governance traditions, and systems for ensuring that smaller communities had effective voices in decisions that might be dominated by larger, more powerful groups. The crisis council tradition emerged from the recognition that extraordinary circumstances required special approaches to collective decision-making. During emergencies, magical disasters, external threats, or severe resource shortages, normal counseling procedures might be too slow or cumbersome to address urgent needs effectively. Crisis councils operated under streamlined procedures that maintained the essential principles of collective wisdom, while allowing for rapid response to urgent situations. The development of crisis council procedures required careful balance between efficiency and wisdom, ensuring that emergency decisions received proper consideration, while avoiding the dangers of hasty or poorly informed choices. Cave communities developed specific criteria for determining when crisis procedures were appropriate, protocols for rapidly assembling qualified counselors, and review processes for evaluating crisis decisions after the immediate emergency had passed. The influence of cave-based counseling traditions extended far beyond underground communities themselves, as surface magical communities recognized the effectiveness of these governance methods and adapted them to their own needs. The principles developed in cave councils, emphasis on collective wisdom, structured deliberation processes, rotation of leadership responsibilities, and integration of magical and mundane insight, influenced the development of magical governance systems throughout Europe and beyond. Modern magical institutions continue to employ many principles first developed in ancient cave communities: the Wizengamot's deliberative procedures, the governance structures of magical schools, and even the organizational methods used by contemporary magical research institutions, all show the influence of counseling traditions that originated in underground magical communities centuries ago. The psychological insights developed through centuries of cave-based counseling have also influenced modern approaches to magical therapy and personal development. The techniques for active listening, empathetic response, and collaborative problem-solving pioneered by cave counselors provided foundations for contemporary magical healing practices that address emotional and psychological well-being alongside physical health. The preservation and transmission of counseling wisdom became a crucial concern, as cave communities recognized that their governance traditions represented irreplaceable cultural knowledge. They developed elaborate training programs for new counselors, mentorship systems that ensured continuity of traditions, and documentation projects that preserved both the practical methods and the philosophical principles underlying their counseling practices. Modern scholars studying ancient counseling traditions have been struck by their sophistication and their continued relevance to contemporary challenges in magical governance and personal guidance. The emphasis on collective wisdom, the integration of magical and mundane insight, and the focus on long-term consequences rather than immediate expediency offer valuable lessons for addressing current challenges in magical society. As our exploration of magical counsel comes to its conclusion, we might reflect on the profound legacy of these ancient traditions. In the quiet depths of cave chambers, where wise counselors gathered to deliberate on matters of importance, we find the foundations of principles that continue to guide effective decision-making and wise guidance today. The understanding that true wisdom emerges not from individual brilliance, but from collective deliberation, that the best decisions require integration of multiple perspectives and types of knowledge, and that effective guidance must balance immediate needs with long-term consequences. These insights, first developed in the unique environment of cave communities, remain as relevant today as they were centuries ago. In our own lives, as we face decisions both large and small, seek guidance for challenges both personal and professional. What wisdom might we draw from these ancient traditions of collective counsel, and how might we create our own circles of wisdom that honor both individual insight and collaborative understanding?